L0 of Ofbricht was first.
Loaf of bread, let's go. Okay. Make the notification. Oh, I should put my... this in the Discord, so that if somebody wants to find it while I'm not streaming, it's easy. Huzzah! Okay. Open up this. Sekiro 102, I have right there. I gotta remember. I'm gonna get Sekiro 102 to, SpeedrunSummit, now that I think about it. Hopefully I don't have to go through the whole down patching process while there. Although I guess I could. I know how to. It wouldn't be the worst thing. Open up that. And then was there one more thing? I do have the one more thing already open. All right. Huzzah! Helloing. Did we finish the Archipelago last night? We did. We did indeed. I was the first one finished because I specifically set my settings so that it was very likely I'd be the first one finished. I mean, honestly, I think my settings were very, very good. I really liked my settings, except I wish I had made it 4 medallions instead of 3. I think 3 was just a little bit too easy. Just a little bit. Otherwise, though, I thought my settings were super good. Not like easy, like, oh, it was so easy to play. Like it was tough to remember all the spots to go and all the things to find and all of that. And the death link cost me so much, and that was all awesome and great and fun. It's just that like you start off with 1 free medallion, which I forgot about. The game just gives you a free medallion, so we really only had to find 2. If I'd actually had to find 3, I think it would have been perfect. But because the game just starts you with 1. I think it's as soon as you become adult, it just, like, gives you 1. Only having to find 2 was just a little too short. I wish I would have had to do a bit more of the game. I wish I'd had to do at least 1 complete adult temple, because I only had to end up doing 2 child temples. 3 child temples? I guess I did Dodongos. Deku, Dodongos, and Zora. So I guess I did all 3 child temples, but I wish I'd had to do at least 1 adult temple. Oh well. So Matt, I installed Metal Gear Rising and got soft locked, and the game wouldn't run. Tried everything and nothing. Huh. For Metal Gear Rising, Revengeance. I don't know that I've heard of that happening to somebody. But darn, that sucks. Okay, we should probably start with a little practice. I said we were also going to practice Lone Shadow Skip. So let's practice that first. Helloing. Just a chill 9 hours. Well, it was 11 and a half, but, you know. Lone Shadow's now a skip? Well, we skip him from the Shichiman Warrior side, but we used to kill Lone Shadow, so... 9 hours when you fell asleep. Ah. I think also all my medallions were in my own game. So I'm not sure if that was like a setting that I put. so bad at this. Even more lonely shadow. We don't even pass by. Forever alone, shadow. What? I'm not even getting the, like, you touched it briefly and then fell off. It's just, like, not landing there at all. Weird. Unseen aid. Oh, I should also probably open this and this. And this can be set to... Ah, I forgot to remake my splits! This is so sad. I still don't have an auto split because I forgot. Oh. I was gonna say, I thought that was it, but it was not it. Alright, move this over to the other screen. There we go. Okay. Me every time I open live splits. Yep. There we go. I'm still first. You're totally first, Rom. Totally. Absolutely. Do not worry about it. Okay, so it's a little more left than all the ones I was previously doing. Like that. Oh, that was a bad second jump, though. New sponsor? Who? OperaGX? Indeed, OperaGX. And there should be an actual YouTube link command from Nightbot for it now. Should be. I mean, I at least attempted to set up a Nightbot command for it. There we go. I mean, I guess it's a returning sponsor rather than brand new sponsor, but like, I mean, they were a great sponsor, so. Oh, it's neat to see the optimization evolution of a game over time. Heck yeah. Download and use it from your previous sponsor. I know, and I told them that. I told them, hey, you guys were an awesome sponsor, but like, everybody already downloaded and enjoyed OperaGX from the last time, and they all like told me that they really liked it. So like, I'm not gonna get as many signups this time. And they were like, that's fine. I was like, okay. All right. Nothing I can do to help this time. Yep. Nice. Why is my FFZ not working? Yeah, mine isn't either. I think it's just broken. I think it's just broken. I don't know what to tell you. It was truly a tragedy watching Aggie and Parky do P5 attempts and not being able to type in silly emotes. Like, Mitchja was not working. Like, how am I supposed to chat without Mitchja? It's unfair. It's cruel. There we go. Nice. I can see it now though on my try Mitchja with Brett. That was not working either. Not that anybody should try that. It's working in my OBS now, but I can just see text of the emotes. Yeah. It is working for my OBS, but it was not working for my browser, so I don't know. It gets cached weirdly or something. Okay. But I mean, others were saying they were having the same problem too, so I think it was on their end, but presumably it'll be something they fix within like a day. Hopefully like a day. Should I clear my cache or something? I mean, I know it's not just you, but I mean, it's like, it's possible that they pushed out some sort of update or something that messed with your cache, so maybe. Oh, there's an update? Hang on. Okay. I mean, I don't know that there's an update. I just know that it suddenly stopped working, which usually happens on updates. Ja. Toxic working conditions, really. That's what I'm saying. Being a chatter is a tough job. And if I don't get paid in emotes, then what am I supposed to do? Nope, still not working. Yeah, I don't know. Hold on, let me see something real quick. Twitch.tv/MitchRiz. Mitchja. Twitch.tv/MitchRiz. Oh, it's working for me now. Don't know. Computer restart, I guess, fixed it. It's now working for me on all browsers when it was not working for me on all browsers before. Maybe it was a Windows update that broke it. So I had to restart my computer and the Windows update got fixed. Who knows? Exclamation sponsor. What? Michael, it's in the title. It's exclamation OperaGX is the... We could do exclamation sponsor and have it linked to the newest sponsor, but then we'd forget to update it to the newest sponsor and people would be very confused. Let me restart my computer. I don't... Maybe that's what fixed it. Who knows? Is it gonna work? Nightbot! Holy! Works on YouTube. Let's go. There was no, like, import all your settings button. I had to just manually add a few commands, but... Ah! I think that also should mean that mods can add commands in the same way that they can on Twitch, I think. Just keep in mind that they're done entirely separately between YouTube and Twitch, and I don't think there's any way to connect them. Oh, barely made it. Nope, still not working. I'm shaking and crying. Can't be silly. What am I supposed to do? Ooh, that was a really quick terroring. Okay. I think I sort of know what I need to do. It's like I really need to end up being very left on the geometry. It can like push you, and I want it to actually push me left. And you might then just say, "Oh, just go more left then. Just stand more left." The problem is if you stand more left and look at the same spot, then it won't push you left. You'll actually like end up more right. And if you stand left and look left, then you'll slide like way past it. So I think it's get to here and then let yourself intentionally slide. So I think that one didn't let me slide left enough, I think is the problem. My health still not working? Well, it should hopefully be fixed in a day or something, but yeah, annoying. I like your funny words, Magic Man. Thank you. Probably time to retire. Okay. There we go. Tough. I mean, getting it within a few tries isn't so bad. Like, I don't think this is going to ruin our marathon run as much as the grapples will. But, it would help a lot to have this first try. Because if we get this first try and we get just, like, a solid start, it gives us more tries at the other ones. FFC is just straight up not working. Automatic drop claims aren't working either. Yeah, weird. I mean, you could try uninstalling the extension and reinstalling it, but I don't know. You may just need to wait a day for them to fix it, whatever the issue is. It's also possible that it's just like their servers not connecting to everyone, and so maybe just when I restarted it happened to reconnect, but that's not like a guarantee. Like, who knows? Okay. Skong in less than 48 hours. Correct. In less than 36 hours. I do have to figure out what we're going to do about my stream schedule for Skong. I can stream at the normal time tomorrow, but then we'll be going to sleep right as Skong releases, which would be weird. Because it releases, like, right after I would normally end stream. And then we'll have to wait basically an entire day. It will have been out for an entire day by the time I play it. But we get to have a normal schedule. I can try to really royally mess up my sleep schedule and stay up for the start of the release, but then I'll probably only be awake for a few hours after it comes out and then have to go to bed. And then we have a normal day the next day. Or we can be really wild with it. I can end stream early tonight and really early tomorrow. Maybe even not even stream like tomorrow. And then wake up and stream right as Skong releases and have like a 12-hour release stream. And I don't know which of these options is the correct one. It's just like it releases at literally exactly the wrong time. Oh, I thought that should have made it. Won't be able to watch you play Skong because spoilers. Understandable. Skip tomorrow is perhaps the play. Honestly, it probably is. Do we know the release time? We just know date. We do know the release time. 7 a.m. Pacific. Has been officially reported by multiple official game providing services. I think the Game Awards also tweeted it out. GameStop. That officially Team Cherry has said that is the release time. Or be late a few hours and early stream. Why is that not an option? Be late a few hours and early stream. Can you... What? Late and early? I'm confused. Walk me through that, Yathlon. If there's a better option, I'm down. But what? Do what now? FFZ is broken. Yep, unfortunately. For me as well. Yep. And that's just a problem on their end. Early stream, but late for the release a few hours. Oh, whoops. This is the wrong. So, like, instead of starting at, like, 8 p.m., start at, like, 5 p.m. or something, which would still be, like, almost 12 hours late for the release. I feel like if I'm skipping the release, I feel like an hour or two early or even like 3 or 4 hours early of stream just doesn't really matter that much at that point. Like, I either want to be streaming at release or I'll just stream at the regular time. Like, I don't know that a few hours makes a difference for that. I either want to hit the release as it comes out because that's fun to do. It is fun to play games exactly the moment they release, with everyone else, you know, having install troubles and, you know, oh my god, I finally got in, and or just keep the normal schedule so that people can watch as they normally do. Okay. Stream before the backseaters invade. Oh, they'll be their second one. I will have opened up Silksong, be at the very start with no abilities, and they'll be like, why aren't you using spells? Where's Descending Dark? Actually, I played the demo before release, and there's a hidden wall right there that you can break, and I can't believe you haven't found it yet. Shaw. Spoilers will be early since Metroidvania can normally go a few ways. Exactly. So if we go one way, people can still spoil about a different way we didn't go yet. Actually, just ruin everything? I mean, not really. There are a few things that backseaters know enough about to ruin it all, and even in places where there are backseaters, honestly, I don't really even think it's like that big of a deal. In general. Oh! That was interesting. I landed on the thing and I could have still made it, but I didn't know I was going to land on the thing and would have another chance to jump. Ah, there we go. Gets to the Coliseum version of Skong. Well, hopefully they just didn't put in a Coliseum into Skong. Hopefully they just learned from that. But I kind of doubt it. Always keep a Chromium browser on hand for these sorts of hard times. Well, if you're looking for a new browser, very customizable to try out for these sorts of emote places randomly not working. Yeah, I mean, you could always also help out the stream with a free download and try out OperaGX. I don't know if it will work. I think FFZ is just broken regardless of browser, but you can try it. That sponsor is still active. Was about to talk trash. What the heck? How dare you? The nightly releases of FFZ works on Chromiums. Ah, the nightly release. So did you have to like specifically download a separate release then? So they really did break something, and then they like rushed to fix it, but they only fixed it on Chromium-based browsers so far. I see. It's on the Chrome extension store. Gotcha. Interesting. Could be usable in Firefox too, but it's not convenient on their extension store place thing. Okay.
They should make a browser called IM that only shows you cute things.
You know, I'm sure you could make that. A browser that doesn't let you connect to anything unless it's on a pre-approved list. Okay. Yo. Domo. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. Oh, we're practicing for that there Speedrun Summit that me and Tom are going to be at. And to showcase Sekiro. Hope you had a good stream. Hope the Elden Ring was good. Hope you liked the Sekiro. All I know so far is that Dom is based and likes Father Owl. That's all I know. That's all I know so far as to how the playthrough went. Did I finish P5? I did indeed. Well, okay, now you're just being contrarian. There we go. Okay, okay. So, being a little bit further left does help a bit. Game overall, very pog. Wish Ishin was harder as a final boss. That's so funny. I think you may just be too good. You may just be too good, Dom. Like, casually playing it when it came out, Ishin kicked my butt. He was so hard. I mean, I guess if you want the true challenge, there's the gauntlets, but did collect like almost every prayer bead and stuff, so that definitely mattered, I feel like. It definitely does, although the amount of increase that you get for like every prayer bead isn't like that much. And Ishin, I feel like, is balanced around you having basically every memory upgrade to attack power. So I feel like he's pretty balanced around like having everything or almost everything. But I mean, certainly it is easier to have everything than to not. 14 attack power at Ishin. Okay, that sounds right. Nice. Tomo, accept that you're goated. Absolutely. Yo, Tom! Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. We were just talking about that Speedrun Summit we're going to be at. You're gonna destroy me at bingo. I've had like no time to practice, and I need to put in so much practice for Sekiro just to make sure that like a showcase will be decent. And then Skong comes out in like less than 2 days. But hope the Elden Ring was good. NPT raid. Ugh! Skong, Shaw. Expecting that people will heavy grind like a week before season as per usual. Yeah, but we're showing off a 1v1 bingo DLC at Speedrun Summit. So that's in under 2 weeks. So I need to do a like 2 or 3 day crash course once I finish Skong before the summit. Maybe I'll get to practice there. I don't know that the schedule is released yet. So if it's near the end of the weekend, maybe me and Tom can do a bunch of practice matches beforehand. Maybe I can get Tom to secretly slightly throw for me so that it's a little more even. But probably not. IDK, if I'll be playing Skong on release, not sure yet. Yeah. I mean, I quite liked Hollow Knight. I was unsure initially if I would like it, and then the first time that I streamed it, I was enjoying it, but it was the worst backseaters I've ever had. But playing it again, it was still the worst backseaters I've ever had, but I enjoyed it enough to just ignore them. Nice. There we go. Just line it up. Just line it up. 8.5 out of 10. Mitch hates Hollow Knight according to chat. Yep. Hollow Knight movement is unmatched, IMO. I think it's probably matched. It's nice, though. Literally for me with Sekiro, holy shit, the backseating. Yeah, understandable. Yep. Yeah, that's so weird though, because like, well, I guess maybe it's not weird. I guess it's also weird that it happens in Hollow Knight. But it's weird because like, what is there to backseat in Sekiro? Like, you just do the things. Like, I don't know. Like, because in Hollow Knight, the backseating was really annoying that everyone was like, why aren't you using this spell? Why aren't you using these specific charms in this specific spell? But like, what are you gonna do with that for Sekiro? Like, why aren't you using Mortal Draw? Like, is that it? Is every backseater a Mortal Draw Andrew? Is that it? I guess. Strat's mostly people being like, why aren't you doing this speed strat? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, all right. I guess, yeah, I guess that makes sense, but also, that is like the dumbest thing. Why aren't you doing these speedrun strats and skips, and why aren't you dead angling, which is much harder than fighting them normally? Why aren't you... Like what? Because you weren't doing snap seeds at Corrupted Monk? That's a consumable! People are losing their mind that you're not using consumables on a boss? What the heck? Somehow this is my fault and I'm upset about it. Alright, gotta jump around this. Nice, good save. It was a whole fiesta. Dang, that sucks. I guess I'm glad that I'm so good at Sekiro that nobody can backseat me. Cause yeah, that sounds so dumb. I would be upset. I would be upset if someone was telling me just use consumables. Actually, I think that has happened. Not on Hollow Knight. I think there's been a game that I've played where I was like, I'm not using consumables. Actually, I think there's been like 5 games that I've played like that. I just can't remember what it was recently. I don't think that was the case in Wu Chang. There was definitely something recently where I was just like, no. Oh, maybe it was Wu Chang. It was like, you can use the thing to clear your status. And I was like, no, I'm not going to use the thing to clear my status. Had a whole fiasco with Hive Blood. Everyone hated Hive Blood. And you know what the pros who don't need it say about Hive Blood? It's a good charm. Even the pros, who obviously don't need it and play in a way that makes it much less good than playing in a casual way, still, we're talking about what a good charm it is. Or at least what a, you know, positively usable charm it is. Maybe not like the best charm, or, you know, saying like this is overpowered, but like, apparently in Randomania and in my chat, very, very good Hollow Knight players being like, yeah, it's pretty good. Ah. Please use the thing to clear your status. Never. Only backseat for Sekiro we could give you is, why aren't you doing it blindfolded? Wait, never mind, you did that run already. Which playing Minecraft will never eat food because they are consumable. That's right. My pet cactus mentioned. One of the... Oh, it's gonna be so bad when I do Hollow Knight Archipelago at some point. Hollow Knight Archipelago. The backseaters are gonna go crazy. To be fair, though, it's impossible for them to spoil anything for me. I will just be, you know, not using that many spells or using charms that people don't like. Some maintain you should do Wind Waker. It would be fun. I just think it's been long enough since I've played Wind Waker. I would need basically to be guided through, as opposed to just like hinted as to, oh yeah, there's also a piece of heart in this room. Oh right, yeah, it's in the back, right next to the thing where you. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Thank you. It would need to be like, oh, there's a piece of heart in this room. There is? Where? Towards the back? I don't see it. What? Which happened a few times in OOT, but like a lot of them was, oh yeah, there's also the thing here, and I would be like, oh yeah, right, the place, because I knew it remotely well enough. That just with Wind Waker, I would not. The driver of the bus with 50 backseaters. Yep. The classic, why don't you just get X in rando? I mean, to be fair, rando is basically designed around somebody that does know the location of everything. Right? Like, if you're playing a rando and you just don't know where things are and you're just, like, going through and exploring the world, depending on the settings, it can be fine, or it can be a complete disaster. If you just don't know about a random hidden item behind a breakable wall, and that's the key item that you literally must get to progress, and nobody tells you about that hidden item behind the breakable wall, and you just are not a knower, GG. Saves bricked. Go next. Nice. There we go. The wall. Meow. The wall. Meow. But at the same time, randomizers archipelagos are so much fun. Knowledge is power. Nice. Okay. Probably good enough on the lone shadow skip. I think I've got it again. Wool, meow. And you get Burger King when you play Archipelago. That's the other benefit. The method you used, small hints and only when asked, is great. Yeah, honestly, I really liked yes, no answers specifically. So I need to know enough to know that I'm missing something. And then, like, only being able to cut things down by 50-50s with yes, no's was awesome. I don't know if I could eat Burger King for several hours straight. That's just too much food. True. Seems pretty good. A little tiny bit late, so we hit the death plane. Very close, though. It's kind of wild that this method works at all, because, like, if the death plane was, like... Oh. If the death plane was, like, one, you know, square bigger, because death planes are kind of just made of, like, giant squares that they kind of put together. If it was, like, one of those squares bigger, this skip would be completely impossible. And if it was one of those squares smaller, this skip would be completely easy and free. Hit it every time. Well, assuming you get the frame perfect grapple swap. But it is exactly where it just barely works. Want to know I'm missing something? Not where it is, yeah. Well, you want to know, like, a little bit of where it is? Because, like, if someone just says, you're missing something, and I'm at, you know, 98% of the game, I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, I got that. I knew I was missing something. Ah, really? Hit the death plane again. But you don't want to know exactly where it is. You don't want to be, oh, it's in this room on this breakable wall that this... Just maybe like, okay, is it in this zone? Yes, no. Intended Easter egg route. Just got back from a date. Have no idea if she's attracted to me or not. Interesting. Thank you for the good luck. Really? It doesn't feel like I'm doing that too late, but it's not working, so I must be slightly too late. This is a new setup. Not really. It's a setup that's existed for a while, but it is a precise setup. Well, I mean, the buffering setup of doing 2 failed shirt or prosthetic uses is something that I saw from Wormdog. So I guess it's like kind of new, but really, it feels like I'm doing that so quickly though already. But it's still somehow just barely too slow. A dog that is a worm. Or perhaps it is a worm that is also a dog. That's not gonna work. It did? Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, not bad, not bad. Do it again. Whoa, a little too much. Interesting. Got the grapple swap, but it went to completely the wrong spot. Is this the Sekiro run you had in mind for the summit? Yes, this is the one. I gave them the options of the unrestricted, this one, the no Airswim, or glitchless. I did tell them this one was my favorite. And they said, yeah, do this one. I have not gotten to show this one off at a marathon in maybe ever. I'm not sure if I've ever shown this one off. This one has been shown off at some marathons a while back. But I don't think I've ever gotten to show this one off. That might be slow, but huh. Death plane. Okay, weird. Wonder if you somehow teleported back, would they die of fall damage? No. That's not, that's not the way it works for Sekiro, at least for this distance. Anytime you're in Senpo Monkey or Senpo Temple area, the Monkey's Arena is loaded, which is why I can land there. Okay, that feels pretty good. Oh, too slow, too slow. Got him. Oh. I'll do this skip blindfolded. It wouldn't be too hard. I mean, assuming you let me set it up like this. Because then all it would be is, well, with eyes closed, you do that. Oh. Slightly mistimed where we hit the death plane, but like, it's just that. I just had my eyes closed. Like, you just press the buttons. Unseen aid, you're darn right I didn't see it. Part of it is already as good as blindfolded, yep. I'll include the setup too. I would just have to make actions for that. The difficulty of adding in the setup would not be difficult. It would just be I would need to spend, I don't know, 10-15 minutes on finding inputs that work. Well, my second input did not go. Maybe half an hour to find setups. Or to find inputs that work, but certainly would not be forever. How long did it take Wormdog to get this? Don't know. It's a good question, but it's one that I don't know the answer to. Maybe? That seems good. I think this makes it. First try, he's the best. You know, it might be. It might have been his literal first try, no practice with the category. Who knows? Yo, what up, Wombat? Chat changed for mod view. Interesting. It was first day realistically? Might have been. Well, probably first day of doing attempts. He probably practiced for a day beforehand. What just happened? What? Oh, you know. We just went the very normal, intended way down to the folding screen monkeys. Isn't this how you got there? By getting a monk to... By taking some fall damage, getting a monk to kick you in the face twice, using contact medicine to poison yourself, and then performing a grapple swap to confuse the game about your position so that you can fly very quickly and then die in mid-flight to go down to the monkeys. That's how we all got there, I'm pretty sure. Ah, missed it. Just as Miyazaki intended. When are you getting back to Jimmy, though? As soon as a marathon wants me to show off a Jimmy skip version. I'm more marathon pilled these days than, like, grind out random world records pilled. Unless there's something, like, new about them that I can work on or optimize or, you know, get the world record with the new stuff or things like that. So, like, getting the first Jimmy skip runs was super fun. But just doing Jimmy skip runs to get a record and then Wormdog takes it back and then I take it back and then Wormdog takes it back and then I take it back is like... It's fun. It is a lot of fun, but...
The ER region locked / permadeath / all bosses / randomizer again?
We probably will. I don't know when, but that's kind of like my fallback if I have nothing else to do. It's just always there. That should work. It did not work. Lamp skip, surely. Yo, thanks for the good luck. 90% is sub 21. What crazy skips are in this run? Boy, let me tell you. The real any percent is a whole lot lower than sub 21. This is the any percent with several restrictions on it. Most importantly, no air swimming. Like, if I had, again, you know, a marathon that I was going to show off Elden Ring randomized, region-locked, permadeath, all bosses, randomizer, again, then I'd work on that, but given that I don't, I've got other things to work on that are more pressing. I think that makes it. You can get Mortal Blade before Genny. Yes, you can. Only on version 1.02 of the game. So it's not like it helps on Genny or anything, but you can. Whoa, that is the weirdest spot I've ever landed there. Okay, well, that threw me off. I was like, where am I? I've never landed even remotely close to there before. That's interesting. Okay, well, send it again. Unseen aid. It's very cool, yeah. If it wasn't so ridiculously precise, this is like the coolest skip in the game. If it was just a little bit easier, God, the skip is so cool. I'm just not like that much of a fan of like, oh, you need to do everything frame perfectly, including the launch, and it needs to be frame perfect on when you do the grapple compared to when you move your camera, and all of this, and you need to be standing in the right position, which you have to set up with no setup because you need to go fast, and it's just like a little too much for me. Not that that means I think it's a bad skip. That went way off to the left. Just that, like, I don't know that it's my favorite with all that. Do you know if there's a story behind how this was found? This always fascinates me. The grapple while swapping at the same time was found accidentally. That you just, like, go to a weird spot and then still grapple to the same spot. The dying while grappling, you could just see that casually. You grapple somewhere, and then while in the air, you get shot, and your character keeps flying. So that was known about. Contact medicine to die has been a technique for other things, like snake skip, where you would die in the air while falling down to the snake. So we knew about, like, you know, precisely dying with contact medicine. Somebody tried out dying at the start of your grapple, and you got a lot of speed, and that made Woo Skip version 1, where we used to use the kite to go where it's intended to go over towards the cavern, but if you died on the way there, you'd just keep more speed and, like, fly past it. And then once we knew that you could do that, that you could just get a bunch of speed and fly somewhere, we had Umnik basically test out effectively every single grapple in the entire game for what direction they would send you and if they are even close to being helpful. And then he found a few that were close to being helpful, so then he worked on, okay, what if I change it around slightly? Can they become helpful? So there's not like a real, like, story. It's just building the pieces together. There's a huge collaboration of things, yeah. Okay. They brought Consort Radon back in Skong. Only another time. There we go. This game is extremely easy and the bosses need buffs. True. As Dom has said. I mean, honestly, I think... Aw. What happens if you get hit once? No, that's clearly the wrong amount of health. I think, personally, Sekiro... is the hardest FromSoft game for for me, but in the most fun way where I wanted to keep playing it and get better at it. Like, because it isn't hard in, like, oh, the bosses are so overpowered way. They have a billion health, and they one-shot you with, you know, kind of nothing you can really do about it. Haha, get wrecked, nerd. They're just, like, really hard. They're just, like, have really fast, you know, difficult attacks and attack patterns that you have to learn through, you know, lots of practice and getting it down. While the game is, you know, incredibly fair to you at the same time, being like, okay, even if a boss were to one-shot you, which, like, doesn't really happen if you have the normal number of para beads, but you know, theoretically, even if you were to get one-shot, it's like, well, you've got another try. It's just, like, super, super fair to you, but it demands so much of you. Ishin was fun to learn. Conrad, not so much, yeah. Conrad quite a bit harder than Ishin. Well, yeah, but that's end of DLC. Like, I wouldn't count that as the game of Elden Ring being harder. That's the DLC of Elden Ring, you know? And, like, yeah, individual bosses definitely can be harder as well, but it's gonna be too slow, isn't it? That's weird. That was a weird one. We're gonna do the official speedrun. How do you mean by official? Do you mean for leaderboards? Every run we do is an official leaderboard speedrun. They're just all bad, so they're not gonna go on the leaderboard because they're not better than my best. If you mean the one at !SpeedrunSummit, you can type !SpeedrunSummit to see when I'll be heading there to show it off. "24 Roblox stream when? 24 hour? Or just 24 Roblox streams? Each of them 2 seconds long." Roblox getting sued, probably not the best game to play. True. Okay. Like, my setup, if it doesn't get the death plane, seems to work pretty consistently, but, like, hitting that death plane seems to happen sometimes when it feels like it shouldn't, I don't think. What? Well, that's not supposed to happen. What do I do now? I guess I then do orange monkey. By the way, invisible monkey just died. I didn't do anything to invisible, but invisible monkey is just gone. So okay, sure. We take those, I guess. I think I got knocked off by the invisible monkey. I think that's what knocked me off the branch, was the invisible monkey, like, landing on me, and then I think we both fell off. But I'm not sure. Unseen death. Obi-Wan, like you did with the speedrun, all bosses glitchless? Well, how do you mean one? Like, it is exactly like the all bosses glitchless, where we did runs, and then also there was the event that I showed it off, which was games done quick. And then this one I will be showing it off at SpeedrunSummit. Why does that hit the death plane? I wonder if somehow I'm like doing the opposite of what I need somehow. Oh, you missed. Yeah. It's coming to your city. Peak activity. Ah, you're in New York? You can buy a VIP ticket to the Speedrun Summit. See me and Tom and a bunch of other speedrunners. I mean, if that sounds interesting, better yell woo when he gets it if you're there. Yeah. A background woo would be good. NPT face reveal? He's already revealed it. But yes, NPT entire self reveal. Wear a Daft Punk helmet. That would be good. Wasn't he not a VTuber back in the day? I don't know, but he did a face reveal on his Discord for a charity incentive. Okay. Okay. Like, am I just slow? Am I slow? I don't know. And we're going so far left compared to where we normally go, which is good, but I also don't know why. Oh, that sucks. And the invisible monkey died again. Wait! Was it because of where we landed next to the purple monkey? Month gonna be packed. Skong, Speedrun Summit, new Night Rain mode. What else? Donk. All right. Mitch Jacorpa. The Mriz business. Come on, he just kicked right through me. Mitch with business would have been hilarious. It's just so long though. It's just too long of a name. How much longer that? Yeah, but that one's also too long of a name. So, what's happening is I'm getting a very left angle on this, which does not normally happen, but is happening today, presumably because I'm doing something different. Possibly based on my lineup of like where I'm standing or something. But that's causing us to get the death plane way more often. But if I miss the death plane, then we are just like set. We make it for sure. Ah, missed. My frame rate must be different today. Surely that's it. Surely it's the frame rate. That must be it. Does FPS affect movement in Sekiro just as it does in Elden Ring? Maybe. Not to the extremes. Yeah, death plane. Weird. What are we trying to do? Oh, you'll see in just a second. It's weird that it is far enough left to mess us up. We're testing? No, it isn't. The game is way more stable than Elden Ring, so everyone can get a much nicer 60 FPS. Ugh. The game is much less frame rate dependence, which is known about. You're not allowed to use FPS unlocking mods. Because they do change how things work. It is much nicer as it is than it would be in a world where we test everything with FPS. It is not going to have any impact on this skip. I can assure you of that. I mean, for speedruns specifically. Oh, well then, no. It just doesn't. My bad. Come on. Can't do runs if I can't hit this skip. Okay, this is even further left. But I was standing in a different spot there. I was absolutely standing in a different spot. So if I stand in the opposite of that spot, will it work or will it be even worse? Instead of going off more to the left, I go off more forward. Then what? That's way further right. Okay, okay, okay. What was that? That's this. Whee! But now I won't make it. Yes, correct. Now I won't make it because now because I was so far left, I was slowing myself down to not hit the death plane. But now that I'm more right, I need to speed myself back up because I don't have fear of hitting the death plane. Instead, I need to make sure we have enough speed to get there. The screen is so anticlimactic when you're falling, yeah. Okay, so this one should be one that we need a little more speed. That might be good. There it is. Okay. Had a lot of speed. Okay, secret figured out? Question mark? Discovered? Yippee! It's just only up Morte. Chat should be silent today. True. Maybe everyone's adjusting their sleep schedules for Skong already. Going to bed early. Or waking up late, or whatever the adjustment would be for Europeans. I think that was too early. I don't think this makes it. Oh, I'm surprised it hit a death plane, though. That would be smart. Going to bed early when you start to... Going to bed early to backseat when you start streaming Skong. Yep. The perfect idea. Looks pretty good. Not good enough. Barely missed. Slipped off. Anyone else's FFG break recently? It did. Maybe that's also why people are quieter. They can't use their emotes. How am I supposed to chat if I can't emote? He kicked over my head again. How am I supposed to chat without no mods, no bans, no emotes? We sad. True. That should make it. That should make it. See? He knew it would make it. Nice. Okay. Let's move on to the other woo skip for our practice today. I mean, the whole day is kind of practice. It's just practice specifically on skips or practice entire runs. All the mods do is bonk you, and you specifically. Nobody else, ever. Really? That felt like that could have been good. But no. I think I probably turned too early before Sekiro was available to grapple. You want to do it like as soon as he leaves the ground, but you can't do it before he leaves the ground. Either that or just the grapple swap was off. I released a little early, but this still looks pretty good. I think this still makes it. Nah, it does not. Sag, so close. No! I think maybe I should remake my, my auto splits today. Like on our first run through of the night, just remake all the things, maybe? Looks pretty good. Nice. There we go. All right, again. Easy first try. Goal is sub 30 for Speedrun Summit, right? Yeah, that's the goal. Sub 30 real time as well. So in-game time doesn't count a lot of things. So it's like easier to get a lower time. Sub 30 real time is honestly kind of tough. Maybe my estimate should have been a little more generous for such a difficult run, but it's fine. Probably. A little tiny bit late on the grapple. Hopefully it's not. I think it still works. That looks like it still works. Yeah, it still works. Nice. Good 2 in a row. Let's go. All right, cool. Finish it off with the ending bit. Oh, come on, do the grapple. Aww. Even when I get the hard part and then fail the easy part. Is Sekiro the best video game ever created? Yes. Emma's being so rude on this one. Alright. Fallout 2. Close second. Ah, of course. Should have let him attack a second time there. Ooh, okay. Little bit late. It's fine. Ish. Okay. Okay, we can try some full runs now. See how it goes. Oh, let me try to remake my auto splits real quick for at least the ones that are obvious. So
good luck, Mitch.
Pipe, bonfire. Timing. On loading.
Hydrate.
On Ashina Castle. Thank you for the hydrate. Good luck, you're the best. Thanks. Are you sure it's not Shroud, though? I hear Shroud is pretty good. He might be the best. Oh, the way that you arrange these is kind of weird, but I kind of like it. There's like a new way to like do it. Okay, so that's Gobun Bull. Equip Shuriken. That's gonna need to be a flag set, but I don't know what the flag is, so we can't do that one manually. Lone Shadow Skip I can't do manually. Snake Eyes I can't do manually. Corrupted Monk I can do manually. So this would be on loading. Attribute? Huh. No, this one has to be a flag. Darn, that one has to be a flag as well. Elevator has to be a flag. Woo to monkeys should be a flag. Genichiro we can do on loading after boss. Genichiro, Ashina. Yeah, this is gonna take too long. I guess we don't do the auto splits. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I'll have to look up the whole set of things later. Cancel. We'll just have to time manually. Oh well. Scammed. Like, it would just take me, like, 10 minutes of, like, looking up all the proper flags. And then, if any of them are not known documented flags, it would take me another, like, maybe half hour of going through. and manually finding the correct flags for each extra one that's needed, and I think that's just too much time. Have Sean time it for me, yeah. Just get him in here and get him to press the button. Actually, we don't even need live split. He can just count it all out loud. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. We get to a loading screen and I told him stop. Okay, start again. That's how they did it in the old days. Okay. My tutorials are quite slow. Like, even without doing the lock-on strats, because they're just super annoying to do, I should be getting, like, 137s. Okay. There we go. Okay, not the worst start. Double Canyon, perhaps, though? You ever speedrun the secret ending? Secret ending? I don't think any of the endings are particularly secret. Oh, thanks for the good luck. I've done a little bit of speedruns of the Immortal Severance ending, and you could argue that all bosses is the Purification ending, so I suppose those two. Shura is secret if you think about it. Yeah, if you really think about it, actually. Was that Double Canyon? No. That was Single Canyon. Only the one. The Dragon's Homecoming ending. Ah, yeah, no, there's no speedrun category for that one. It's done in all achievements, but that's about it. Okay. Sai. Mayamo. Didn't get sure until my 5th or 6th playthrough, probably. Very secret. Yeah, selecting a dialogue option on a... on a choice that the game gives you. Very secret. Nobody could ever find that. Have you completed the gauntlets? Yes, many times. They're very fun. I've almost done all the gauntlets hitless. Well, I've done all the gauntlets except for the main one, the big one hitless. I've almost done the main gauntlet, all bosses, Demon Bell, no Kuro's Charm, sword damage only, I think is officially the way it's called. Hitless. Almost. I got hit twice. Sheesh. Collect book, eat rice, get persimmons, basically. For the Dragon's Homecoming ending, yeah. It's not all that interesting necessarily to unlock, but if you've never seen it before, it's cool. Feels more like running chores, yeah. That's probably why it never became an official speedrun category. Nice. Unfortunately, that one's nearly impossible to split without auto splitting. The timing on it is just like exactly when you need to be doing other stuff. Oh, I'm so screwed. Yep. Shot in the back, and you're to blame. How goes the runs? Well, this is our first attempt of the night, so this one has not been great so far. And then, of course, she's now giving, like, the worst luck. Alright, whatever. I'm to blame. Yep. Stupid dog. You made me look bad. I think that by secret ending they referred to the return ending. Yep. We did solve that mystery. I guess it's more secret than the other endings. Fisherman first try was nice. Yeah, we did practice it, so I'm glad that we got it first try. The practice definitely pays off. Excuse me. Okay. Not bad. The early. I don't know how I keep getting that. Jumping on the wall is supposed to delay you exactly enough that the shinobi execution happens, but twice now we have been just early. I must be like jumping from the perfect height off of it to land as soon as possible or something. Okay. Also, for some reason, I feel like really tired. Like my eyes are heavy and they want to close. What? How did you see me? Rude. Bop, 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 bop. It's fine. Oh, the perfect round down. Holy. Also, I forgot to split. Hard being a middle-aged streamer. I mean, that's... I think... This is your definition of middle-aged. I don't know what, when you think humans live to. Call back to someone calling you middle-aged a few days ago. Yeah, it was Horse Girl. 07. That jerk. Kids these days. A first try, perhaps? Actually, it's Balatro _ 07 now, casually. Not for long. Oh, it already fell and died. I have to watch the, how did you... Well, that's not how that's supposed to happen. What do I do now? I guess I run away and wait for it to de-aggro. Will you give me the bell to reset stuff? No. That's a lot of monkeys. Okay, where did the orange monkey go now? There you are. Okay, I guess that works. Well, that was very strange. Sure. Are monkeys sometimes random? Depends on what you mean by random. In general, I'm gonna say no, not really. Like, technically everything is like random to some extent, but on a scale of very random to not very random, they're usually not very random. Whoever took the photo of the Hornet plush, may they be blessed for eternity. It's so good. Sure. Ah! My first failed front side dojo since returning to this cat. Well, fully failed. But we got it second try. Of course I get a double lightning when I have no health for it. Rude. You think that surely, I mean, could have taken it and died. Tanking means don't. No? Tanking something is not dying. It is specifically getting hit and surviving. Let me out. Want to tank it just once and never again. I see, I see. Okay, a little scary. Not bad. All right, come on, work. Feels pretty good. Feels pretty good. Looks pretty good. Nice. Easy first try. Let's go. We're so back. What? I saw the green appear. I saw it appear. You can't just not give me the grapple after I see it appear while I'm spamming. You guys saw the one frame of green, right? These strats are so wild seeing them for the first time. Yeah, this whole run is so much fun just to like watch. Okay. They told me I was delusional after hearing Grubby so no much I did not see a frame of green. Well, you were, though. So delusional, you see things that aren't there. Or you hear things that aren't there. And don't see things that are. SMH. Yeah. That was gonna be a tough spot anyway. Oh, it didn't give me the deflect, and so after a block, you can't get a hit in there. Darn. We'll finish out the run. Because you gotta be able to finish it out even if this happens. Oh, although now I can't now I need the Yash, so it doesn't make any sense to go for the skip. Okay. Emma. Nice. For only having one Yash, that was quite a good animation. Are we gonna be under 30 minutes real time? It's gonna be close. Time. I say 20 seconds under. I think it should be more than that, but we'll see. A minute under. That's more what I was expecting. I was expecting like 45 minutes under. All right, nice. Underestimate, not bad. Okay, I'm gonna delete all the splits so we can start making like new relearning the game PBs. Edit splits, other, clear times. It'll be like our first run ever. Nice. Is this my first playthrough? It is. Very first one ever. I sure hope I can make it through. Yo, thanks, edits. I think. 20-minute run was great as a first playthrough. What 28-minute run? This is my first playthrough, obviously. Doing okay for a first playthrough. Thank you. I need this encouragement. If I'm not encouraged about how good my first playthrough is, I don't know if I'd be able to finish. This is the current fastest route. For this category? Pretty much, yeah. There's like minor things I'm not doing. Although I'm gonna have to actually remember to split. Which will be the hard part. Nice. Oh. Scratching my cheek there was a bad time to do it. Almost missed the grapple. This is your first playthrough of a Souls-like game. I recommend Dark Souls 2 as well. Maybe I'll have to play that after. Oh, rude. I have to just... Yeah, I don't have another option there. That is like the fastest that he can get over there. No! Come on. Yeah. Yep. Come on down. Oh, come on. That was so hard. After getting hit, that was so hard to still get the delayed jump. Somehow still got it, but I could not make it around the corner in time. Oh, man. Okay, I have to quit out to try again from the beginning. I'm gonna keep going. I'm not gonna reset, but like I have to quit out to de-aggro them. Are the skips just too hard on PC? Huh? What do you mean on PC? The skips are very, very hard. Oh, really? He got there that quickly? Oh my goodness. Usually always have at least 3 attempts. There's just no way. There we go, finally. After seeing that Dustbuds will also be multiplayer, I'm worried FromSoft won't be doing single player for a while. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Alright, I'm just not going to take the chance here, because if we fall, it's... we would literally get sent back to the very beginning, so I'm just not taking that chance. Which is the hardest skip? There's a lot that are arguably the hardest. The total overall hardest has probably got to be Jimmy Skip, which is not done in this category. And then the next, like, 5 hardest skips are all in this category. Forgot to split on Canyon. Yeah, Dustbloods being PvP is concerning, because FromSoft thus far has a 0% track record at making functional PvP. But maybe if they make that, like, the focus. Who knows, maybe. I forgot about Jimmy Skip. The most storied skip in the game. Probably. Nice. Artist is the one you practice the least. No, definitely not. I hardly ever practice bull skip. It is free compared to many of the others. Meant to say, are the skips a lot harder on keyboard and mouse? Nope. If anything, they're easier. The only thing that is harder on keyboard and mouse in this game, I use harder in big quotations, is you simply can't get the angles you need for the fastest possible tutorial for doing the locked-on tutorial jumps. It's not actually more, like, difficult to do the tutorial on keyboard and mouse. It's just you cannot be quite as fast. Just because of the way that it won't really let you. Otherwise, keyboard and mouse is basically just as good or very, very, very slightly better for everything. Tried this bull skip for like 2 hours, still haven't got it. Yeah. I assume you've used the tutorial on my YouTube, but it's a tough one to learn. Camera control is huge, not gonna lie. Yep. Really? It's a little surprising that didn't make that. But okay. There we go. Darn. We're gonna get spotted and shot in the back, and then it's all gonna be Jover. Oh! Dodged the shot in the back. It's not all Jover. Are you gonna challenge the laggy again? Like that video. Probably it's gonna be a little while, because Skong is coming out. Which we're both gonna be playing. Wait. There's the split. Then we both have trips in a few weeks. And then we're going to be practicing together for Bingo Brawlers, so maybe on a day, you know, it's like, hey, would you like to do some Sekiro Bingo, and then we can also practice for Bingo Brawlers, but it'll be up to him if he's like, no, let's just focus on Bingo Brawlers. So, could not tell you when that, well, the further one is Bite Down? I thought the further one was Contact Medicine. Okay. Now he knows. Because I feel like usually the Bite Down got grabbed first. So I assumed it was the further one. Or it was the closer one. Has there ever been a get all items speedrun of this? Not on the leaderboard. Somebody might have done it, though. Ever Dark Miss Noble. Well, we can't make Miss Noble even harder. Nobody's even beat the regular version. What up, Yokum? No skip I'm good at is tree skip. Well, that's a good skip to be good at. But that's a good start. Nice. Best friends practice. If only Domo hadn't vetoed it. At least we get to be monkey business. That's still pretty good. Tough battle, almost died. Real tough. Mariz business. It's always best friends to me. Oh, you shouldn't have seen me, jerk. Favorite desert animal? Mine is meerkat. You know, I haven't thought about desert animals. Meerkat seems neat, though. Did manage to get that old grave skip eventually. Let's go! Okay. Let's see if we can get it first try.
Nimble Plunderer redeemed a coin flip and chooses tails.
Yeah. Little late. I knew it was, though. My bad. Ooh. Tails. It never fails. Easy, Gamba. That seems good. Not perfect, but good. Yes, good enough. Second try, we take that. What? Oh, that's a little less than optimal. And the invisible monkey didn't follow for some reason. Oh no. Don't chase me like this. I can see the footsteps. There it is. Okay. Well, that was unfortunate. Did not want to die. Can't imagine why. Second in a row, monkey gone rogue. Different monkey, though. Oh, I wasn't high enough up. I want to be around here. There we go. Okay. Nice. Oh, double lightning. Okay.
The result is heads.
Ooh, surely that would be tails. There's literally only me who doubted. Wow. That's some hater stuff right there. Harassing Kenny is always so fun. Yep.
Nimble Plunderer has been timed out for a week. 07 in the chat.
Rip. Not like this. The final message. Right. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Well, gotta redo it. I don't know why he missed there, but all right. Gotta balance out the positivity with some hating as a treat. Okay, I see. I see. What up, Swifty? It's it's Mitch, but you know. Sniper, aim that. Come on! Is that the correct amount of health? There's no way it is, right? Yeah, there's no way it is. Yeah, no salvaging it if he just misses. Mitch O'Chriz, yep. So I'm used to the Mitch profile pic. Mitch J. Okay, surely this time he just hits me. There, was that so hard? Actually, the previous one might have been the right... No, it wasn't the right health amount. Wait. And then I need to equip it in the other slot. Okay. What do you want to get hit over there? Because of what we're about to do here. Because of this. It's a little far. Really? Ah, man. Ah. Now Miyazaki intended it. That is surprising, though, that was late, because it felt like I went as fast as possible, but ended up being late and going too far. Small glitching, yes. Very small ones. Come on, stop missing. Okay, do the kicks again. Do the... And then let me dodge. There we go. No! I actually salvaged it perfectly, but then the other one came in and ruined it. Ah. If he just misses with the second hit, you have to get him to do the same hit again. And then you have to avoid the first hit and get hit by the second. But, man. Did as well as I could. I don't know why he's just missing. He's just straight up missing. Which sucks. Okay, good. He did not miss this time. Looks good, I think. Yep. I could tell it was a little on the far side, but as long as it barely makes it, that's all you need. All right, we are going to be above 30 minutes, though, this time. This was really horrible run. And it doesn't even let me do the skip either. Timing the poison death with the grapple, yeah. With the grapple swap. That causes you to get even more speed than a normal grapple. Shura, no air swimmies. You have any idea at what time you'll be streaming at? Like, today? I'd say probably right now. Or... works. At the Speedrun Summit. No idea. I don't think the schedule's out.
Noted.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, the buffered attack. You simply cannot. Okay.
Sekiro yo. Yarennu ka.
Okay, as a time to compare against, that's pretty bad. So we should be able to beat it pretty easy. 14 runners across 3 days. Everyone going to show off more than one game run? Not everyone, no. Some people will only be showing off one game or run. Me and Tom, we worked it out so that we'll be doing a bingo race against each other, then also showing off our own smaller runs. That's why, like, this one was chosen instead of, like, an all bosses. But for others, they might show off a solo longer run and then just, like, have the one instead. Question. Why does door corner cheese not work for this fight? It technically, like, does-ish, but you'll see there are a lot of attacks there that he does that he just ignores you hitting him, right? Like, he lifts up his sword in the air, and then it doesn't matter how many times you hit him. He's still gonna slam you down with the sword. So if he starts doing that move while in the corner, he's still just gonna hit you with the sword, and you're just in a super awkward spot where it's hard to dodge. That's the basics of it. There's slightly more specifics to it, but that's the basics of it. Yeah, in real time, 33:47. That would be pretty disappointing. But oh well, save it as a quote unquote PB that we can compare against. Bingo. Back from gaming to vibe. All right. What's a good time? With the mid-air death glitch. Depends on what you mean by a good time. The world record is just a little over 20 minutes. It's 20:31. So anything under 21 minutes would be like a world record contender time. Anything under 23 minutes would be like a solid run. Anything under 22 would be like a... You did that as well as you could and probably just had some, you know, weird, whatever, unfortunate stuff happen. And then anything under, you know, 25, if you can get that consistently, would still be impressive. But if you're, you know, for a one-off, it's like, you know, there's still a ways to go before you're at that potential world record level. About sub 15 minutes. Then you're just awful. So bad at the game. Might as well stop playing. Yo, what up, Shafilovsky? Out of green coming up the next runs with the previous one to compare against. Always lifts the spirit to see some green. That's right. What does the alternating forward and back do when fighting Emma? Makes it so that she doesn't block some of your attacks, which then can interrupt her attacks, so you get to keep attacking. Gold. Okay. Not bad. Oh, that's so unfortunate. All right, let's do a quick quit out. Oh, really? Got stuck on the corner just a little too long. There we go. Take those. I can't do double canyon this time either because I'm once again at too low of health. Yo, what up, Ivy? How's the Sekiroing? It's they don't think it be like it is, but it Sekiro. I mean, honestly, today has been some decent practice. It's been hard to get a good like time, but it doesn't really matter that much. Okay. Nice. Yobu got bored. He said no and left. Oh, that's not the correct jump. Maybe it'll work out anyway. Worked out actually very surprisingly well. Not bad. Oh, should have had it. Why do you sit at that idle? Because we need to warp back to it later. To go to Senpo. No, well, no shot now. Yeah. Damn. Okay, there we go. Good. Okay, sure. Okay. Oh, Senpo. Yep. Senpo is where we need that idol for later. This route is confusing. It is a, yeah. Not a route that you might normally expect to see. Oh. I had to just take the aerial death blow. Because he got startled by a random shuriken. Underrated emote. What is it? Like way too close up on like a duck or a bee or something? Golden Omega Poggers. I'm not seeing it. Oh, he's facing left and the... Oh. Not I don't see it as in, like, I don't literally see... Like, I don't... The visual clarity and emote size is not there. That's... I'll be honest. I think that might be an overrated emote. That does not clearly show what it is supposed to look like. That is so confusing. It does not read. That is an overrated emote. That emote sucks. The confusion makes it underrated. What? Like, there had to be a better way to do the mouth. Like, regular Poggers is just, like, one flat color for the mouth, right? So you can read what it is. Side by side. Oh, I do see that there is a slight gradient. No. In the Omega Poggers, but it still all reads as mouth separate from face. That the Golden does not at all. Upgrading is like distracting from the main purpose of it. Yep. Seems good. Probably. Fish steer, that one is good. Yeah. Thanks for the good luck. So we have a new elevator skip glitch. Just a put out to let the elevator drop down immediately. Something that probably should be allowed in glitchless as well, but... Oh, right, because we landed there, the Invis Monkey was just dead, and I could have gone immediately. But also because we landed there, we got there too quickly, and the Orange Monkey saw us. So if you get there too quickly, you need to actually, like, wait a bit before killing the Purple Monkey so that the Orange Monkey can walk a little so that he doesn't see you. Okay, let the Orange Monkey turn the corner. It could be super fast, but it's more difficult. Okay, interesting. Where is Krill? He's just on the bottom row. You can kind of see the little orange right there. That's Krill. He's a little less visible. Krill got demoted. Where's Shaw? At Shaw. Why is this area even loaded in without the prompt at Senpo Temple? So that it doesn't have to load the whole thing in when you do the prompt at Senpo Temple. Because that would be very slow. That'd lead to a very long loading screen. Not like very long, but like would lead to a loading screen instead of a little cutscene that goes immediately into it. Excuse you? There we go. Wait for tomorrow, 4 p.m. Good morning, y'all. Yo, what up, copy? 7 a.m. for me, which is a very awkward time. That's, surely we have enough life. We do! Double lightning! It's right when I would normally, like, be ending or just have ended stream, so... I either have to flip my schedule, like, 180 in order to stream it as it comes out, or I have to ignore it coming out and just stream it normally. Which I guess we should decide which of those I want to do soon. Because if I want to flip it around and get a full, like, 12 hours when it comes out, then I should go to bed soon-ish tonight. And honestly, maybe even not do, like, a stream tomorrow at the regular time. So that I can wake up and be ready to skong. Or just do 24 hours? Well, you know. Through the power of Red Bull, all things are possible. Alternatively, I could try to stay up through skong and then keep going for as long as I can, but I imagine we only get a few hours of skong in before I'm like, I am dead tired, I must sleep. Great energy, true. It's too far. It's too far. It's too far. Coffee with lots of sugar will also do it? Yeah, but then I would have to drink coffee, so. Oh, Mr. Kim! Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Let me just quickly explain what the quit out does for that skip. So, whenever you grapple to something, the game doesn't actually immediately check where you grapple to. Sort of. It instead keeps track of where you have been looking at grapple points and then just checks... Aw, he body blocked me. Just checks, can you grapple right now? If so, let me grapple you to the place that I have stored as the spot that I should grapple you to. So it's like two separate actions. It's two separate checks. One check for should you be able to grapple right now, and a separate check for the trajectory of the grapple of where you should go. Like, sorry, not where you should go. That's. Hold on, let me go back again. Where you last were when you saw a grapple point. It's kind of like stable ground, but for grapples. Where you last were when you saw a grapple point, which normally is where you currently are. Right? Oh, I'm seeing a grapple point right now, and that is where I last saw a grapple point. Right? Like, it's fairly obvious. Every frame that you are seeing a grapple, it updates that position. However, if you grapple on the same frame that you first see a grapple point, well, now it needs to both update your grapple position and then grapple you, right? Also, second try, we take those. In order to get you to go to the right spot, it needs to update your position, then it needs to do the grappling thing. But if you, on that same frame, swap prosthetics, it does the swapping prosthetics first and forgets to update your position. So for one frame, instead of using the current position of where you are for your grapple, it will instead use the position of the last time that you saw any grapple while in the air. Your last seen aerial grapple position. Whatever that's called in the memory. So you can get it where, like, oh, the last time I saw a grapple was way over there. So it, like, puts you way back over there and then still grapples you to the spot that you're supposed to be. But if you quit out, it removes your last seen grapple position, sets it to the 0, 0, 0 coordinate of whatever region you're in. And so we use that as the spot that's very far away to grapple us in at, because it happens to be the most convenient one for what we're doing. It's a very technical explanation. I don't know if that made sense at all as I was saying it. I could draw it in paint real quick after this run. Okay. No more complicated than I thought it would be, but great explanation. Thanks. Yeah. Okay, bit of a weird end. Alright. Is it not worth investing in Mikiri for this fight or run overall? Nope.
Sekiro.
You do have the skill points for it, you do have the skill book for it, but it takes more time to invest into Mikiri than it saves for just this run, or for just this boss. On average. If he spammed only the thrust attack, maybe it'd be close. Okay, I think this still is a little under 30 real time. Ah, it's a little over 30 real time. Dang it. Ah, dang it. Is FromSoft gonna ever release a game that doesn't break with quitouts? Unlikely, unlikely. Why not use Mortal Blade on Ishin? Because it does 0 damage. Does less damage than just attacking him. Okay, so a way too technical explanation of this thing that probably almost none of you care about at all. But for my own sake, because now I feel like I want to explain it. A way too technical explanation of the grapple swap glitch. Woo! So if there is a grapple point... I'm just gonna make the brush nice and wide so I can just make a dot. There's a grapple point that you're looking at, right? And let's say we've got the ground. that you're standing on. Sekiro can be blue, I guess. Like a slightly lighter blue. That you're standing on. Whee! That was way off center. Drawing is hard. I'll just do it like this. That looks way better. So, if you see that grapple and you press grapple while standing on the ground, well, then it gets to use immediately your last stable ground position right here, and then it calculates the trajectory of your grapple. It goes, I should take you from here and put you so that you end right there. And it goes, okay, let me do that physically. That's a parabola shape. Although in the game, it kind of sends you more directly than a parabola, but let's assume physics-wise, you're gonna go in a parabola like that. Right? Simple enough. That's how it works. But then it says, okay, but what if instead of being on the ground, instead, Sekiro jumps and is in the air as he does the grapple? Well, it can no longer use his last stable position because that's the ground. If it did use your last stable position, you would suddenly teleport to the ground and then fly to the grapple point. That would look weird, right? So it wants to use your current position. It wants to basically make a new stable ground-ish position for where you currently are and then do the grapple from here, right? Makes sense? So far, should be pretty simple. It makes sense how grapples work. If you're on the ground, it can use your exact position where you currently are. If you're in the air, it needs to use this aerial position, which is not something that the game normally saves. Stable air position is not a default thing that Souls games hold. That's not what they normally do, so this is like a placeholder value that it needs to calculate specifically for grapples. Because it does not want to do this all the time, it actually only makes this dot as soon as you see the grapple. If you see the grapple over there, you see it, you get that position. If you don't see it, if it's like grayed out, I don't know if it's grayed out, I don't know if that still saves it. I think it actually technically does, but for the sake of, if you don't see it, then that stable position, the pink dot, is not created, is not updated. So it's just not there. So I'll erase it by drawing over it in black. There we go. So let's say that you wanted to grapple, but you haven't seen the grapple yet. Well, when you see the grapple, two things need to happen. First, it needs to make your position. Then it needs to calculate your trajectory and send you. These happen simultaneously, normally.
Can I go to the bathroom, please?
No, not until the end of the explanation. But before it does that, your grapple position, your last grapple from position, is actually somewhere else, wherever the last time you saw a grapple point was. So if you can interrupt it creating a new one, if you can find a way to just say, screw this, I don't want that one, it will instead make this path instead, which is going to look wonky because your character's going to suddenly teleport before doing the thing. And the way that you do that is by swapping your prosthetics at the exact same frame that you grapple. Then the new one isn't created, you go from the old dot instead. And that old dot is the last time that you happen to see a grapple point, or if you quit out, it's just at 0, 0, 0, which is some random coordinate that you probably would never be standing in. And now all of a sudden you're teleporting from some really weird place over to the grapple.
May I go to my locker?
No,
my notebook in there.
No, after class. That's why we have the 5-minute passing period. So all you have to do is make sure that you do not see the grapple point while in the air before you do the grapple, and then you need to make sure that you do the prosthetic swap at the same time as you press the grapple, and now all of a sudden your character's going to do a weird teleport and fly there. That's how it works. There you go. Explanation over. And then if you die in the air, you get to keep your speed. Hopefully that part was fairly obvious. Will you be locked onto the grapple when you load back in? Depends. If you, wherever, you will load back in wherever you load in. So if I load in right here, then I'm right here and I'm not currently looking at a grapple. So right now, the positioning of it is at the 0, 0, 0. So if I go perform a grapple swap, which again, doesn't matter if you're on the ground, doesn't save your position if you're on the ground. If I perform a grapple swap by being in the air and then the same frame that I grapple, I swap prosthetics. I didn't swap prosthetics. Oh, it's because I forgot to actually equip a prosthetic. Hold on, one more time. And then I quit out so that I'll go back to the 0, 0, 0. Have you worked at FromSoft for more than 10 years and have skills in developing something? No. And so then, again, I can look at it while on the ground. It doesn't update my grapple position. But if I jump into the air and then the same frame that I see it, I perform the grapple and swap my prosthetics. It actually did work, but the 0, 0 position is like right there, so it didn't look that funny. I can also do it by keeping a previous grapple position. So now that's my previous grapple position. And then I can go to a next grapple spot. For example, right here. And I can do it here. And see how it put me literally exactly back to the last spot that I saw a grapple from and then sent me? Did you guys see it? Was that a good visual of it? Sent me to exactly the last spot that I saw a grapple and then tried to calculate the path to the new grapple spot that I went to. And then, you know, you can see I hit this mountain along the way, so I got stopped in the middle, but that's how it works. And if I did it on this one again, but after quitting out, it would send me back to that same spot that we did for the first grapple swap, because that happens to be the 0, 0, 0 for this area. Happens to be just, like, right outside of Dilapidated Temple. Cool to see how the game saves your position, yeah. Most speedrunners have more knowledge about how computers work than most developers. Oh, wait, never mind. The 0, 0, 0 is way different than where I thought. I must have just missed it the first time. The 0, 0, 0 for this area, I guess, is over there somewhere. Neat. We flew in from wherever the 0, 0, 0 position was in the sky. Oh, that's interesting. Yep. So you can do some neat stuff with that. You can intentionally set a position to grapple from, or you can just leave it at the 0, 0, 0, which in this case was just like in the sky over there by quitting out. So yeah, that's how it works. Okay, another one. Probably saves a ton of time. That is the point of this category. It saves a lot of time doing those. If you do them right. Casually discovering new strats. Well, those aren't helpful strats, because this is back before you would have the shuriken anyway. And also didn't send me anywhere useful. Nice. Yo, Ms. B! Yo, thank you for the raid! Welcome on in, raiders! Yo, hope you had a good stream. You just missed the lesson on how the grapple swap works. Learning how to hack into Sekiro, yep. Aw, why did Kuro turn? Alright, worst tutorial ever. So for the skip, you do this one with one of these grapple points where you don't land, and therefore get a giga amount of speed. And by pure magic, it lands you where you want to go. Yes, the pure magic being experimentation and finding setups. But yes. Remember it well because it will be on the test. Yes. Yeah. Kuro turn, so of course we get a slow tutorial. Unfortunately, the only way that we do know of for how to perform this is through swapping your prosthetic tool. If we could find another way to interrupt the game's updating your position, besides swapping your prosthetic on the same frame, we could probably do these glitches both easier, more consistently, and we could save the time of having to equip the shuriken, which takes a lot of time. But as of right now, that is the only way we know of how to do it. Alt F4 is a sure way. Well, that activates different glitches. That sends you to the 000 position for a zone in a different way. It sends you to the 000 stable ground of the zone instead of the 000 grapple scene position. Which are, for some reason, different spots. Holy ogre skip. Easy. First try. Let's go. Double Canyon also first try. Too easy. Two quick ones. World record possible? Technically, although we got a really slow start because of the Kuro turn. Wormdog is a beast, yep. Wormdog holds every world record that he wants to. If someone else takes a world record, it's because he lets them. Nice. An alt account for NEMS. That's it. Gotta go prepare for your afternoon classes. Aha. Got some reading to do. Have fun. No Airswim is better than glitchless because you can walk by the bowl. True. The best category is probably an old version of No Airswim, where it's kind of just glitchless, but you get to skip all the stuff that sucks. You just skip Yobu so you don't have to deal with his RNG. Skip Bull so you don't have to deal with his RNG. Skip Ape so you don't have to deal with his RNG. Skip Gunfort so you don't have to get shot. Darn. Really? Really? There we go. Okay, good enough. Okay, I'm gonna do something a little wacky here. Grab some safety ash. And a safety idol, because even if I get kicked once, we're just, like, screwed here, so... Gonna lose us time now and later, but... Guess I won't have to do Lone Shadow Skip again. And I probably just won't die here because of it. Whereas I might have died without it. Nice. Safety Ash and Safety Idol by Mr. Sekiro himself. I feel validated. Yep. I mean, I've always been a big proponent of take the safety that makes sense for the level that you're at. If you can... If the difference between being safe and not has no effect on whether you're going to PB, the only thing that has an effect on your PB is whether you have to, like, reset the run or you lose, like, giant chunks of time, then take every safety. Only start removing the safety once it's like, this is the time that I need to cut the time down further. You will just learn faster, improve faster, and get better PBs sooner. If you take all safety instead of none. And given that we are still just relearning and not going for world record just yet, I think it's a perfect trade-off. First try Miss Noble again. Holy. How does he do it? If there was a Sekiro DLC, what cool prosthetic do you think they could add? Prosthetic? I do not know. Casually, I did not use prosthetics aside from like... Oh, axe seems like a big hit that I can hit with. Oh, it splits shields? Even better, I guess. Did not need the safety ash. Grappling hook that pulls enemies. That could be cool, yeah. All right, we also get to see here what the menuing is gonna ride. I lose time here. What the menuing is gonna look like if I have extra ash from Safety Monk. If the menuing sucks, I can just always throw all my ash, even if I grab some safety ones. Literally just lies of peak Legion arm. Yeah. It's a good Legion arm. If something is good, you yoink it. The menuing was fine because I had already died. So, sure. Why did your timer go back from 11:33 to 11:32 while quitting out and then loading in? Because that is the way that the display of the timer works. Whenever you quit out, the game stores your in-game time only to a full second. And then after the game has stored that time, the timer is still running for a bit. It stores that time slightly before, like, the last action happens and the timer actually, like, stops ticking up. So, as we are watching the in-game time, we watch it continue to tick up, even though it has already been stored in the save file. And then when you load in the save file... So, at the time, right now, that the game file stored the time, it was at 1340. It saved the time, and then it kept doing its quit out stuff till it finally fully quit out. When we fully quit out, it was at 1341.33, but it stored it in-game while quitting out as 1340, and so when I press start with selected profile, it goes back to 1340 with no milliseconds because the game only stores full seconds. Looks pretty good. So cool, you can explain all this in the middle of a run. Yep. I could never. Well, I did have a nice, you know, pause bit where I was quit out. Ooh, barely on that ledge there. Yeah. And depending on exactly when the quit out happens, sometimes the seconds will match rather than being off by one. Like if it saves your time at the very start of a second, and then as you quit out, it only progresses about half a second more. And then it's still in the same second by the time the like timer fully stops, then the two times will at least match. It'll just round you down to 0, 0. Nice. Hunting down those monkeys with shuriken never occurred to you as a possibility. Well, you have to be close enough you could basically melee them anyway. It just turns out that shuriken has a faster animation than attacking. And so doing 5 shuriken versus like 4 or 5 attacks just ends up being slightly faster. It doesn't really help you catch them. Because if they're not almost in melee range, the shuriken just like phases through them weirdly. That's why I run up to that green monkey to shuriken him instead of just like hitting him from the log that I'm standing on, the branch. The exception is the invisible monkey. I think the invisible monkey you can hit from like anywhere. Gong in 30 hours. And a few seconds, or a few minutes, but yeah. Also, did you know that apparently when you do a lightning reversal, it does more damage if you're close enough to also hit with your sword? It does more damage by exactly 1 sword hit amount. It might be 1 aerial sword hit amount, which is tiny, but it is still more damage if you're close enough that your sword connects. Would be rather surprised if it didn't do the extra damage. I mean, not everything does. I never equipped these things. Well, that's sad. Kind of like Sacred Blade, yeah. Sport animal has been yelling at you for the past half-hour. Time for sleep. All right, have a good one, elf. Night elf. Night elf, the trash. Ah, missed. Okay, at least he didn't miss this time. Wolm dog. Dang, it's late. How is everyone? Doing good. It's not that late compared to when we often stream, but feels pretty good. I may have held that a bit too long, but I think... Oh, no, it's going to go too far. It's going to go too far. It misses. It misses for sure. Darn. Ooh, but on a miss. Ah, Hirsch, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. All right, once more. How am I? I'm doing good. Will you stop being nocturnal for the Sekiro bingo with Lil Agster? I mean, I would never stop being nocturnal. I just sometimes wake up early to do things with people. Like the Archipelago that we did yesterday. Does Nagy sleep late too? Pretty late, just not as late as I do. Yo, ciao for meow. Thank you for the sub. Yo, welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Let's go. Maybe. Looks pretty good. Nice.
Percent raw input, percent.
Percent raw input, percent. Finally get to emote like everyone else. Let's go. I'm surprised you've dodged all the gifted subs in the meantime. Because you've been here for a while. That's fine. That works. Wasn't the optimal routing, but I'd rather get the grapple than miss it. Very gifted at avoiding gifted. Let's go. Beautiful. Nice. Nice. What a good Emma Ishin. All right, let's see how much this is. This should beat my real gold, I think, because we got the new grapple swap skip. And Emma was great, and then Ishin was almost great. He did back off and troll once, but... Nice. 23:48 with a final split of 246. 246. All right, let's compare. Let's see the real time there. 27:12. Very nice. Very nice. All right. Let's save that and see if our real... It's actually 245.7. 245.7. 245.7. If I save these splits and then I open up our old splits... And I see the gold on this, 246.6. So we didn't quite gold, but we almost golded with a non-perfect Emma and Ishin. Still pretty good, pretty good. World record? Not world record, no, no. Still like 2 minutes off, 3 minutes off the world record, but... We're getting down. We're getting there. Can I ask, how are the bosses spawning in the same arena? I've not finished the base game, but just curious. I mean, that's just how the game works. So like when you get to, or when you perform certain actions in the game, it will entirely change the state of the world. So the world... Like, this is pretty common in games, right? Where, like, you know, oh, you'll you know, complete chapter 2 of something, and then all of a sudden now the early area, which used to have a bunch of, like, weak little tutorial enemies, is now a ravaged village with a bunch of high-level endgame enemies that are all trying to, you know, attack you, and it went from a bright and happy place to a dark and depressed, like... That happens to the whole world, and so the arena that had the enemy in it is now a sort of different version of it that has the new boss in it. You said 246.6 is gold, and you had a 245.x? No. I had a 240... Oh, I did have a 245.x. You're right. I have a 245.7. You're right. I thought it was 246. So I did gold. You're right. Doesn't mean you did it in less time than the gold. Yes, you're right. I misspoke. Because looking at these two, they're different by 246, but because of the decimals, because it's a lower decimal, it was 245. You're right. Nice. New gold. Okay. One of the best cliches of all time, IMO. I think it can work well, and it can be annoying. If it's a game where, like, I want to just go back and find things that I missed in that first area, and now I just have to deal with more annoying enemies, I kind of hate it. Okay, well, this is... I'll just restart real quick. Oh. My beautiful paint drawing still on display. But if it's like part of the story to go back to the beginning area, then I think it can be cool. Or if it's like optional to go back there, but there's nothing like that you would want to get out of it, then I think it can also be fine.
Gold mouse. Gold mouse. Gold mouse. Gold mouse. Gold mouse. Gold mouse, gold mouse.
You can beat this easy world record for sure. Do it, do it. If I keep grinding for it, I definitely can. I mean, it's hard to beat any record set at the height of Wormdog's, you know, because, like, even if this run is not perfect, and it isn't, it's got so many things in it that are perfect. Like, it was a perfect tutorial into a perfect ogre skip, into a perfect double canyon, into a perfect Gyobu, into a perfect like, over halfway through the run, he had the fastest, like, everything up to that point that anyone had gotten. Like, it was, like, mega perfect. And then he lost, like, 27 seconds on monkeys. And then he had a near perfect end. Not quite as perfect as his start, but... So it's like, yeah, you can beat it by, you know, up to 27 seconds by just getting a perfect monkeys in addition to everything else perfect, but, like, realistically, that's not going to happen. So if I'm going to lose, you know, at least 5 to 10 seconds at the start and at least 5 to 10 seconds at the end, then it's like, I'm going to barely beat that run. Even if I, you know, play to the absolute best of my abilities. Wormdog's still running this category. Not currently. I'm sure he'd come back and take the record if I got it. Nice. Well, we can get some perfect ogre skips. We're doing this for the world record. We're doing this to awaken Wormdog. Fine. Shia Halud. Call me Lisan al-Gaib, the way I awaken the worm dog. Or something. No canyon skip. Yeah, I kind of just forgot. When I missed double canyon, I just kind of like autopiloted to the -3, terrible. You're welcome. Okay, speak to Thomas? Will he return to running Sekiro? Thomas, these nuts in... I'm gonna say who's Thomas, and then there's gonna be a D's nuts somewhere. But... Oh, nuclear pasta Thomas. Okay, I was confused. I've never... Thomas? That is... I've never heard Tom referred to as Thomas. That threw me for a loop. Like, reasonably, I would expect, you know, his government ID to say Thomas, but... Okay, that was a little scary. least we got it the second try. You know, Thomas the Tank Engine. Ah. Aggie's name. Oh. That's even... So we were all wrong. I wasn't being serious. You could have been, though. It was as close as Aggie. It was clearly Lilium Aggerson, yeah. But no, Aggie is not going to be doing Sekiro speedrunning. We'll probably do some more bingo, but... Did Aggie retire from speedrunning? I mean, not like all speedrunning ever of anything, but from Sekiro, yeah. And all retirement just means is like, he doesn't feel like doing it right now. That's... You don't exactly have to, you know... hand in your resignation and... They give your desk to someone else and... really, like, slipped off, so I lost so much height. Please recommend you an Elden Ring challenge run. Did RL1 want something fun and a bit less challenging? Less challenging than RL1. I mean, Deathless could be fun. I'd say Deathless is more challenging than just finishing RL1, but... it's in the same ballpark. If you want something less challenging than that, then just like, I don't know, ask ChatGPT for a weapon recommendation and just use whatever it picks, even if it's terrible. Or do the Elon Musk build challenge. Although maybe that's harder than RL1. Or Vigor build, no upgrades? Oh, no weapon upgrades? Yeah, honestly, that could be. Whoa. Spooky. You read this? Don't ban me. I was joking. Banned. No weapon effects, no status upgrades, RL1. That'd be a lot harder than regular RL1, but honestly, is a pretty good challenge. Like, that's a doable but very difficult challenge. Honestly, would be harder than doing it on New Game plus 1,000 with status effects, so... No way, first try, Miss Noble. A modded version of the game. That's the only way Miss Noble's possible. Had to allow it for speedruns, because otherwise the game would be impossible. Perfumer's bottle only run? I mean, you can only get that in the DLC, right? So that'd be tough to set up. Not too bad. Cheating the perfumer's bottle in the beginning is fine. Yeah, you could. Just if... Like, it depends on the type of challenge run you want. If you want a type of challenge run where you're okay with cheating stuff in, then yeah, that's fine. But some people are like, no, I'm on console. I can't do that. Or some people are like, oh, I don't really want to cheat in a thing. I want to start like a more regular run. Like, you know, just sometimes that's not the vibe. Continue your all mesmer run. Oh. Nice. I'm being a little slow in the menuing. You can actually be like super quick on 102. There's no delay. Like they added delay on 104 and propagated to 106, but on 102 there's no delay. I could be going faster with this. Which one is harder, no weapon upgrade or SL1? No weapon upgrade is harder.
Good luck, bitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Well, maybe that's not actually quite true. Because at least you can take a hit with no weapon upgrade. But... Oh, forgot to split for elevator? Darn, I didn't think that would hit the death plane. I could pinpoint any smell made of perfume that was so good made people will end their own life or something. Weird. That sounds very strange. Yeah, that angle was not correct. That was very strange angle that sent me at. It sent me like over by the tree. Like that is not how that is supposed to happen. You should shout woo while doing it. Works every time. Well, it has to be while doing it. It's already failed at the start, so I can't. Woo! Surely that makes it work. Barely, barely. Didn't move to watch school, but I also watched Schindler's List in school. I mean, that makes sense, I think. At least the subject matter, you know. Seems like it'd fit in a history class. Watch The Hangover in math class. Ah, yes. What a math movie. Language arts, but I think it's fairly graphic for 9th graders. How old are 9th graders? 15-ish? Yeah, I can see that. The poker part has math in it. That's true. Will Hunting would be a good math movie, trust me. Like, yeah, actually. I mean, right? I haven't seen it, but like, I've seen enough to kind of know what it's about. Buffered an extra attack. My bad. Watch the Sekiro bingo in most of English class. Teacher likes Sekiro, so he let me. Nice. Isn't teaching just next level backseating? True. If you really think about it. Not bad. Ugh. Okay, we all might be in luck. I'm sleepy for no reason right now. And by we all, I mean me. I'm kind of sleepy for no reason right now, which maybe means I can actually get to bed at a reasonable time both tonight and tomorrow to stream Skong exactly when it comes out. Sleep until Skong comes out, basically. So maybe we try for that. I know it's been weird because we haven't, like, gotten a lot of full-length late streams recently. Just because there's been so many other things going on, but, like... They decided that Skong wasn't going to be a midnight release, but instead a 7 a.m. release for some reason, so... Oh, that was so close. I saw the camera move, but it didn't make it. I hope Silksong has better fast travel. Me too. Another short stream? I mean... What can I do when everyone keeps scheduling things in the morning? It's an unfortunate circumstance. I mean, I suppose I could just move my entire stream time earlier so that, like, it's just easier to go to bed and wake up for things, but I feel like we get the most viewers late because, like, we get a lot of Europeans. Aw, unlucky. He just missed. And I would miss stream. Exactly. That's why we're not trying to, like, permanently change it. Just... Just change for specific events. Only be able to watch because you stream so late for NA. Yeah, exactly. So... I don't want to permanently change my sleep time. It's just like anytime there's an event with anyone else or with a game coming out or things like that, like it's just never at this time. Like even when it's like something with Zoodle where it's like, oh, Zoodle's European, so maybe he could do it in the morning and I do it at night and then, you know, it ends up perfectly. It's like, nope. It's evening for him, morning for me. Just woke up. It's funny how I seem to catch more US streamers on EU time zones than EU streamers. Nice. Make your streamer friends adapt to your schedule, if only. This looks too far. I don't think this makes it. Yeah. Too far. Doesn't make it. Sad. Aussies too. There's dozens of us. Hey, that's a good number. Keep streaming at this ungodly hour. I like watching the stream with my breakfast. I like this stream time too. I just wish that it worked out better for other things. I mean, maybe the theoretical play. Nah, I don't think this would work either. But what if I went actually nocturnal instead of going to bed after stream? What if I woke up for stream, streamed, and then did stuff after? But I don't think that quite works out either. That'd work out for some things, but bad for health, is it? Why? Oh, Soul streamers stream at night, except for Domo. Night, you know, night-ish, but is Sean's sleep schedule same as yours? Pretty much, yeah, pretty close. Oh, I think this works. Yeah, nice. Okay, there we go. Might actually be better because you won't be staring at a screen than going to sleep afterwards. Wow, yeah, you like that skip? I like that. That's a fun skip. Very difficult, but and takes a really long time to set up every time, but very fun. Ah. Definitely did the prosthetic swap too late. Caveman gamer, I still want to see the light. Light is overrated. Good enough. Need like 30 minutes of sunlight to be healthy, but as long as you sleep enough when you're up, doesn't really matter. Ah. Okay, he's doing a little bit of trolling. Oh, there was zero spot that was safe there. That was highly unfortunate. Oh, and even the dodge away didn't get me away. Damn. That could not have gone worse. You know, I just kind of thought of something. I claimed, without knowing this for sure, that if you do a standing grapple, it uses your last stable ground position. But there are probably spots that you can stand that are not stable ground where you can see a grapple from. I wonder if I could test out that theory. I know that my explanation for what happens in the air is at least approximately correct, but I actually don't know what happens on the ground aside from you can't trigger the glitch. Like, you can't trigger the grapple swap glitch version, at least. Which Night Rain mod is this? This is the one where they ported all the Sekiro characters in. And all the Sekiro code. And then they made it not a extraction souls. And then it's just Sekiro.
Marisuli lagu dinosu Dracula.
Yeah. Oh. I now understand why that was so hard to understand. Alright, I'm just gonna do this to make it easier. Even though it is faster not to. So for anybody wondering why I don't use a lot of mortal draws, just look at how much damage that mortal draw did. Watch this. It didn't even kill him. Did you see that tiny sliver of health left that he had, or posture? And mortal draw didn't even do it. He did tiny little sliver of health. And mortal draw did nothing.
Sekiro yo.
All right. Pretty slow, but that's all right. But that's all right. How much time do you lose without mortal draw? How do you mean without mortal draw? Like, genuinely? I don't... Like, without the patch that makes mortal draw usable? Like, 10 to 20 seconds on the fight? Honestly, maybe more. But on this patch, using Mortal Draw is a big time loss. The world record doesn't even equip Mortal Draw, because equipping Mortal Draw takes a second, and you never use it optimally. When to use Mortal Draw? Only if you're not on patch 1.02. Were you recording still, perchance, after you finished in Archie last night? Just curious. I was, yes. I was local recording all... Well, wait. I mean, it depends on how long after you mean. I stopped recording when I stopped streaming, which was like 10 minutes after I finished. Were you looking for like clean audio for others? Like until Parky finished? No, I don't think I did. I can double check for you right now. But I'm almost positive I closed OBS. Let me double check. Local recordings.
Starting stream.
It was after Zoodle's Randomania. Okay. I didn't. It just didn't work. Nope. Still get cooked by. This is when everyone else was still going. At 11:19:49 on the timer. But up to 11:20. Now that they've... Somewhere around 11 and a half hours in is when I stopped my recording. Medeal, just wondering. Yeah. Also, hey, the local recording is actually way smaller than it is when we do like Elden Ring, because the video, it's just, even though that was like a 12-hour stream, the video is just way less intensive. Nice. Want to include your cam and stuff when helping Parky with the skip, but all good. Ah, yeah, that would have been cool. But yeah. How sleepy are you? Ending soon? Just want to figure out my schedule for getting ready for today. I think I am gonna end now. Like, I'm not so tired like I have to end now, but I mean, if I want to do Skong in a day and 5.5 hours, then I need to sleep twice in between there. So if I stay up too late and then sleep, then I won't want to sleep before Skong, and then I'll only get like 3 hours before Skong, and then I'll wake up and I'll be tired, and I'll only be able to stream Skong for a few hours before I'm like, I'm tired, I'm gonna go bed, go nap. Whereas if I go now, and then sleep early tomorrow as well, then we should be good. You said you were gonna stream all night, now that Chris joins, you change your mind. True. I did do that. Yeah, I think we just end now. Unfortunate, because I wanted to do more regular full streams. Like, I love that the Archipelago is a nice and long stream. I like streaming for, longer hours when I can, but it just is not, it's not the time tonight, I think. Before I go, this month that we're in, September, that's the one. I am sponsored by OperaGX. If you do use my link to download it completely for free, you just download a browser completely for free. It does help me out. So if you're at all looking for a new browser, or even if you're not looking for a new browser, but you just are willing to take, a few minutes to try it out and help me out, it would be appreciated. So I'll leave you with that as I look for somebody here to raid. It is a pretty cool browser. I really like all the customization in it. Like, it's super cool. In fact, well, okay, now that I'm on the topic of it, very quickly, and opening up my browser to find someone to raid. I found a Hollow Knight mod for it. So this is your, open a new tab screen. You get the Hollow Knight background music. And custom sounds on things. Like if I type. It's pretty neat. It's pretty cozy. And it was super easy to import all my settings from Firefox. There's just like, you just go to the settings and you just hit import. It was like, I just went down and I just was like, import my bookmarks and settings from Firefox, and it was just like, oh, it's got it all. There it is, easy. So, very easy to switch over if you want to, and then you can customize it. And, but yeah, anyway, I was finding someone to raid. So Hollow Knight pilled now, true. Well, I looked for Sekiro ones, but they were all right. The music of Sekiro isn't as cozy. I really like the Hollow Knight. It's very cozy for just like a nice background while you're just browsing the internet. There's tons of themes. Yeah, there are. So, all right, let's raid. Ooh, speaking of Hollow Knight, we raid CBD, who is playing his first playthrough of Hollow Knight. He's probably pretty far in. If you don't want spoilers, he's probably, it looks like he's got a lot of health there. He's found a lot of pieces of heart, so he's probably pretty far in. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.